Dirimu yang lose all the fidelity. We're still together now. Ntar fokusnya kok hilang aja. Nah, ini fokusnya. Halo semuanya, kembali lagi di abizarfary YouTube channel bersama gue dan di streaming kali ini kita akan lanjut bermain Genshin Impact lagi ya setelah setahun. Setahun gue tidak megang game ini, tidak pernah mainin game ini. Jadi basa-basi lagi, langsung saja kita gaskan. Let's go. Goal stream ini paling tidak fontaine udah harus selesai. Paling tidak. Apakah bisa atau tidak? Ya, kita lihat nanti saja. Apakah bisa benar selesai? We never know until we try. Anjay. Let's go, let's go. Kenceng banget. Bentar. Empat aman lah ya harusnya. Atau 5 oke lah. Cuman gue kecilin dari earphone gue aja, monitoring earphone. Oke, pertama yang akan kita lakukan adalah mengganti tim. Karena thumbnail ini menggunakan Ayaka, jadi kita pakai tim Ayaka aja. Oke. Ya udah, nggak apa-apa. 2 anemo aja. Langsung aja. Let's go. Sini kak. Sampai sekarang Ayaka masih cakep. Masih cakep Ayaka coy.
Hey, over here.
Otomatis ya. Ini apa sih? Oh. Oke. Tetap nggak bisa di skip ya, nggak kayak Ua. Ua bisa di skip enak aja.
The only thing we're worried about was trying to find you.
Sorry. Come over here and keep it down.
Oh, Lynette, you're here too. You two really are inseparable.
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away from me.
Siskon kali.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here. Do you still remember him?
Oke. Tahu.
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? Pyro remembers seeing him in the court of Fontaine before. Now hurry up and tell us, how did you end up as criminals this time? We fought so hard at court to prove you were innocent, but now it looks like our incredible court battle was for nothing!
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the Opera House incident to attract a big crowd.
And then?
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the entire audience watching, their wallet suddenly disappeared.
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice, having assisted him in
Accomplice.
his crime.
Komplotan.
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing cabinet. We just need to see how long it takes to discover them.
Yep, we should be released then.
Jadi kangen
In
bahasa
terms of the
Jepang.
magic trick itself, I think the performance went perfectly.
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely everything if you were angry about it. No more secrets. So I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, the House of the Hearth's interests don't conflict with yours at all. We were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and conduct an investigation.
Oke, mereka disuruh
Told
investigasi.
you so. See? Paimon guessed right.
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard, but some
Yeah,
even
okay.
say that the entire fortress exists just to The
Okay.
House of the Hearth has been investigating this but recently, all of our informants, including the ones that we believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here.
Oke, kenapa ya kalian segitu ingin tahu tentang rahasia
Father
ini?
has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's gnosis.
How did she manage to learn information that?
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and
It was this information that led us to suspect that Fontaine's gnosis might be in the fortress of Meripede and is related to that secret.
So it's all about the gnosis again.
Well, that's about it from our side.
Bingo! The Knave has been applying a lot of pressure. She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to investigate. Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
Udah terlanjur ngomong.
You don't need to worry too much about that. She's just asking for a report on Master Child's predicament as a means of pressuring you. Father used this situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court of Fontaine.
sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't. And a harbinger is more valuable than you might imagine.
Of course, it's not a complete farce. If we do manage to find out
Farce.
what happened to Master Child too, then diplomatic relations with Fontaine could improve, and Snezhnaya might even be able to adjust its stance a bit.
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel
Stance,
like we're the
kebijak.
only ones who actually care about Child's situation? The relationship between the Harbingers must be as bad as ever.
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes to what can be sacrificed for an advantage. Even though we have different objectives, we're both here to investigate the fortress of Meripede. As you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but
Oke.
See, I told you.
is that so?
Lenny seems to be thinking.
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever since last we met. Or,
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
it's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I anticipated. Since Lynette and I arrived here, our investigation uncovered the fact most people
Okay.
just clammed up and wouldn't talk, but after asking the right questions, we were able to confirm the existence of the Forbidden Zone from the guards. You should
Forbidden
be aware
Zone.
of that while you're investigating.
A forbidden zone? Could that be where Child disappeared to? You're right, we'll definitely keep that in mind.
Good. That's the most suspicious thing about the fortress that we know of so far. We have a few other unanswered questions, and we'll be investigating those as quickly as we can. Anyway, I hope you find our information useful at least. Oh, look at the time. You two must be hungry. You should go to the coupon cafeteria and get something to eat. I'll use my cards to get in touch with you again in the future.
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear. Paimon's.
Makan dulu.
wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Forget about it then. We'll just deal with the regular food for the time being. But life here doesn't seem all that bad.
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon for every fish who said that. Seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on this. If you take things at face value, then by the time you reach a dead end, you won't even know how you ended up on that road in the first place. I like your attitude. I can, let you. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules, and what they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what they. The truth is, this place.
Oke.
Not everyone knows about those rules, but what.
Really?
Kayak lebih parah daripada mati.
Oh, now you're really
Of course. And I'd say that just.
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules? In that case, would you tell us some hidden rules?
Come on, mate.
Paimon understands, but
Come on,
we
mate.
don't have many credit coupons yet.
Yeah, I know. Not like I'm going anywhere. Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly caught. And completely out of your. I'm usually around the rag and bone shop.
Oke. Tiba-tiba dia jadi informan.
He left, just like that. Huh. Do you think he's just trying to scare us into buying fake information from him? Yeah. It might be a good place to but like he said, we don't have any we were so busy
Wah, berarti penjara fontaine masih panjang banget ini. Waduh. Waduh ini guys. Sangat-sangat waduh ini. Naik turun lagi mapnya. Anjay. Men.
So Paimon just confirmed with the guards that but it seems like most. Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to. They weren't kidding.
Kayak intinya pagi itu kita kerja, siang itu bebas. Cuman kalau lu punya kupon, pagi itu lu bisa nge-skip kerja, oke? Hukumannya hilang aja lebih parah. Enggak, hilang aja lebih hilang aja masih oke lah. Ini lebih parah. Lebih parahnya itu lebih parah daripada mati. Maksudnya apa itu ya? Harus kita cari tahu sih. Gue udah pakai kaos kaki aja, kaki gue masih dingin. Cilde ditangkap gara-gara apa juga gue lupa.
Are you awake, traveler? What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Is that it? Child's vision! So maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has its first. So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new. What's the plan for today? Let's go! It's time to start working.
Intinya kita harus ngumpulin kupon sebanyak-banyaknya biar bisa tukar informasi sama si Visok tadi ya namanya.
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a wasting. Good, here you go.
Men, gue lupa anjir. Terus apa? Oh, harus dipukul.
Take flight.
Ini harus diapain sih? Ini harus diapain, coy? Z. Ini apa? Kita cari di YouTube. Apa tadi namanya? Bintang yang bersinar di kedalaman.
Yum 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 yum. Sokka. でもこれから有益な情報を提供してくれたらいいな。それよりもっと重要なのは、オイラたちの囚人としての新しい一日が始まったってこと。
Oh, kalau merah dipukul. Kalau kuning dilompatin. Ya elah, oke. Oke. Nggak ada ininya anjir. Nggak ada tulisannya disuruh ngapain. Ini masih putih ya? Mantap, lihat tutorial. Iya nih Bang David, gue lagi ngeliat tutorial karena nggak ada petunjuknya tadi disuruh ngapain ini. Gue kira cuma masukin doang kan. Kacau. Untung sekarang sudah ada YouTube.
Hey there, fellow shift mates. I saw you finished your work, so I thought I'd come over and say hi.
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before.
Ya, namanya juga game ya. Harus sembari melihat-lihat walkthrough
That's
juga.
right. The name's Rowan. These past
Rekordan
few
orang.
days, I couldn't help but notice the new faces working nearby. I guess we were destined to meet. I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the foreman Grainville always calls me
Gimana,
Chief.
Mafuika udah dapat belum?
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief.
If there's anything you'd like to know, just ask me.
Gue demi
I know
ngejar
the work here in the
Mafuika ini
production
makanya
zone better than the
login
back
lagi
of my
Genshin.
hand.
Alright, Chief, we'll be sure to come to you first.
Udah dong tadi,
Did you just
anjir,
ask
udah
about
dapet.
The rules? Pretty sharp for
Lihat semua
newcomers.
sepasang sama
I've already heard about
senjatanya.
the rules, huh?
Kelas.
Who'd you hear it from?
Kelas.
All right.
Signatur berarti
Seeing as I'm the
anjir.
one who came over here,
Pengen
you're
sih
calling
gua.
me Chief. I guess I can
Pun
tell
nggak tahu,
you
gue
a
aja
little.
lupa. Gue terakhir kali
Truth
itu
is,
Red Off apa
if
Red
you two
On
keep
ya?
working like this, you might be putting yourselves in danger.
Gue terakhir gue ngecek ya main Genshin itu 26 Januari.
About this.
Udah hampir setahun yang
Well, it's
lalu.
usually not that easy to break one on
Lupa
accident.
gua.
The conditions of the hidden rules are usually pretty specific. But once you do break one, bad things happen.
Oke.
If you work continuously in the production zone for 3 days, and if all you do besides eating and sleeping is just work, then something bad will happen during lunch on the 3rd day.
Oke.
Like what?
If I knew that, then I wouldn't be standing here talking to you.
You mean, even you?
There's actually a legend about this. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both one time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long, he disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporated. Later, some people
Evaporate?
went and asked some of his past
Berarti
friends about him.
berubah jadi
They
air,
said, never heard of the
menguap ke
guy.
udara.
What the? How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never saw for myself what he looked like.
Wait, are you thinking that it was...
Oh? You... Listen, kid. This ain't the kind of thing you should be curious about.
Yeah, I agree with
Anjir,
you here.
kita dikasih tahu orang
I
lain.
really wanted to try.
Untung nggak jadi tukeran sama si Vidok itu tadi.
What is this garbage? What would you like to do this afternoon?
Ini kalau pilihan-pilihan kayak gini, betternya apa ya? Betternya apa nih Bang Pit nih? Kerja, kering pancreation, atau lanjut penyelidikan? Kalau semuanya sama aja sih, nggak masalah sih. Milih yang mana aja berarti kan. Oh, dia lebih milih menyelidiki. Oke, kita selidiki aja.
Yeah.
Soalnya kan objektif kita kan menghilang menjadi air kan, jadi selama 3 hari kita menyelidiki aja.
Oh, hello.
No need to...
Sorry, I couldn't help but think of his. Oh, it's hard to say. Maybe I am.
Wait, seriously?
Oh, I'm always indecisive and I tend to make a mess of things. It's like a reflex. What? Please, don't say it.
Tunjuknya di atas. Ada yang di bawah gak sih? Ada yang di bawah kok. Garam tuh bawah. Anjir. Lucu banget sih Ayaka. Iya lucu. Lama amat anjir.
Hey, it's the traveler in Paimon. Listen, I feel ashamed about.
Huh?
But when I was welcome, come on,
Oke, kita dapat kupon. Di atas. Jauhnya. Anjir, apa naik? Biar nggak makan waktu. Tidur. Oh, anjir di sini.
Oh, wonderful.
Paimon likes having more. Have you also been investigating?
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened. My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely related to the Forbidden Zone. Oh, before I forget.
Huh? Credit?
I've been here longer than you, so credit coupons aren't a resource in particularly short supply.
Aw, that's so nice of you, Lynette.
Dapat kupon kita.
Oh, you want... Okay. Oh, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in as long... The dawn of a new day. What do you have planned?
Ajukan permintaan untuk melanjutkan playing film.
Right, we just need to...
Oke, untung di skip.
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a wasting. Oh? What's with...
Sure. Let's just say... Nice! We did well today. Let's keep it up!
Ini keluar ada listrik statis ya. Kayaknya itu lebih ke ini deh, lebih ke apa? Lebih ke ekonya karena gini gue naikin. Minusnya itu kalau gue pakai normal,
Had it.
cuman dari mic gain gak gue naikin itu kecil banget suaranya. Oke, gue naikin lagi dari OBS, tapi minusnya kalau gue rada naik dikit suaranya jadi agak, iya kayak listrik statis ya, gitu.
That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore.
Mungkin ntar kalau ada
Eat yet.
apa rezeki lagi ganti mic kali ya. Iya, kayak pecah noise gitu.
Oh, Paimon's exhausted. It's just work, work, and more work. Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working non-stop for 3 days now? Oh, Paimon feels a shiver going down her spine. But it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon cafeteria safely.
Keresahan para buruh tadi sih
Are the hidden
Paimon.
rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no use to just guessing all day. Paimon's stomach has been grumbling the whole time. Let's just eat all... Paimon wonders what we'll get today. Wait, what? What in the world is this? Is this stuff meat? But it looks and feels so bizarre. What do you think is going on? Is this the bad thing that Rowan was talking about? No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean, just don't... Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is
It's about the...
the meat? Oh, that.
How could that... what should we do wouldn't even give us the time. Yeah, looks like we have no... What would you like to do this afternoon? Since we have time now, let's focus on a...
Apa selingkuh?
Rowan?
Oh, I was injured a bit just now.
Paimon wouldn't have... Shh!
I just knew you would say that.
Oh, you mean she...
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary in the half.
Si Queen.
Huh. That's actually...
Forget it. I could.
Si Queen berarti hilang juga dong. Dia yang setengah, apa sih, setengah ikan itu kan si Queen. Lupa gue karakter. Anjir, masih ada lagi. Ah, bodo amatan. Udah turun. Atas. Nah, ini dia yang kita cari.
Siege Wing? Aren't you... Hello, traveler. Everyone's usually busy around now, and we don't have any... Enjoy? It's really worth watching. Are you talking about pets or people? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to conceit. We Melazines are a different species, and we see the world very differently from humans. Wait, Melazines can... Yes. Running around tending to everyone's health is... Take care of your body. We'll definitely take...
Kinda sus, tapi ya... Udahlah, kita ikutin story-nya. Anjir, liftnya turun. Nanti deh.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Ini apa nih? Ini tempatnya si ini ya, Uriel Tesli. Oke. Ini buat apa juga gak tahu.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Gak jelas. Nanti
Hey, look! That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary just now. Is he he must have dropped this. The Melasi perceive the world very differently from humans. There are significant as a result, their sense of aesthetics and beauty. Ooh, this all sounds pretty serious. He sure did his homework. And as for the notebook, oh, you wanna? Okay. So after working a few days straight, has our investigation turned up anything useful? Really? Well, maybe we can make some progress in. What do you have planned?
Pink Passion.
After working here so long, we're really but doing the same thing. Yeah. Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Paimon's gonna take her time and savor
Campaign creation cuma bisa sore ya.
Maybe we'll be able to find.
Beda lift aja.
Oh, you must be the traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors, even convicts value their... But we have a game.
And if we.
Of course. That's the cruel reality facing Okay. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. But the second you mess up the order, you'll lose. The game costs 300 credit coupons. Thanks for your patronage.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said. Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said.
Your strength really should. Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring. However, you just go talk to Rusimov. Bye.
But we don't know.
That's normal. Just watch a few matches.
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try?
Bet at random, huh?
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away.
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? Might as well tell you about it, since you already know. Besides, I don't want to risk... Okay. The hidden rule here is, if you buy both boxers' tickets and support them both, something bad will happen the next morning.
So the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers and what do you...
How would I know? But I've heard a story about... According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer. However, in the final match, the organizers told him, and after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died. In his eyes, supporting both...
So you mean it's like a curse?
No, he was always wearing a mask. Like...
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious. Look, here I was just...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons.
Seems we had a productive day.
Muter-muter map yang bete
Paimon
sih.
doesn't want to get up. What do you have planned for... After working here, but doing this... Yeah.
Bisa di skip anjir pas kerjanya.
garbage. What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing Child, he must have been there all...
Are you two here?
Who are the boxers?
We have the reigning
Are those the...
since you're new around here, I'll help you. Anyway, for this match, I Huh? I can tell you, maybe you don't quite understand.
Oh, no need.
All right then, if you...
Yeah, we go... we will...
Hey, traveler, Paimon. Package here for you. The next time you buy something, go.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, Traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? All right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this package... Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call... Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. All right, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh, no way. Get that stuff away from Paimon. Paimon thinks we shouldn't open... What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to
If there's no way to send it all out.
Who are you?
I'm not!
Then what?
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and...
Oh, a promoter?
After discussing the company's promotional plan... However, in light of our long history of... let me take a moment and recall his exact words. I'm just gonna stop you there and say no. If anything, I'm saving you time. It seems you don't fully understand the value of credit coupons here, nor do you understand the value of your own products. The former is, but as for the latter, only someone monumentally stupid, so breathtakingly stupid that they were completely ignorant of the value of credit coupons, despite living... Anyway, that's how he...
Well,
Fine. I know.
BGM-nya kayak lagi mau ngelawan last boss aja.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
Hey, I heard you crazy.
Well, the next day...
So it is real.
Paimon's not sure. What do you think? Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, you two do. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do.
even if we bought tickets like when it comes to things like this.
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? We make so little that even the current tournaments can only be.
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures.
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. There. Anyway.
Hey, what? Maybe not. Every page has the fontaine. Okay. Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, we have no choice but to let the new product undergo the first phase of promotional We have decided to only conduct closed Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual, but, let's put these papers back where we found them.
Ya berarti di testing ke para narapidana gitu. Produk yang berkembangnya.
Show me what you got.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Yang bikin bosen. Padahal ini misi Arkham Quest loh. Ini bosen banget anjir. Kalau ngebandingin sama Inazuma atau sama Sumeru, bosen banget kontennya.
Alright, but remember... Oh, what would you like to do this afternoon? After working here, but doing this... Yeah, a mysterious box? Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well... Okay, so we'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never... Yeah, let's get... Vidoc over there?
Ah, seeing you at this time must impress.
So, now can you tell?
If
Huh?
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone.
We get it, just...
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you manage to avoid the guards, you might find something even more terrible there.
Something even more terrible? Like what?
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals? In the Fortress of Meripede?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be connected to the people that... But what's even... Since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains.
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms. So that's what's going on here.
You two look pretty skeptical. I've got things to do too.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh and Oh, so that's how you see the situation. When will all the secrets...
Sama, gue juga ngomong kayak gitu ke Paimon. Kapan ini selesai? Udah fix jadi babu aja, disuruh ngelidikin.
What? What are you saying? Just stay. What are you talking about?
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still... Hello, Fielding.
What do you want?
We just want to ask... Have you ever discovered any...
Why are you asking about something like...
Well... Right! We've heard it...
Really? And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something.
So, what happened?
And they just conduct regular clean... There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month.
Oh, okay.
Now, if that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything
Don't worry, we don't want... Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning day? Right. Both are a past... Paimon knew you would say that. Oh, Paimon's so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect chance for us to... Whatever. Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already?
Turu. Oke, mereka bertiga ada hubungannya sama Cilde.
catch us. This should be the place.
What? I know you. You were the ones we.
You've got gut.
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody
What you say?
Yeah. So what if they?
Hey, what's the point?
I don't have to tell you anything.
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you...
Isn't that exactly what?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea our boss was... So, did he have...
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left.
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come.
We gave him the business for a while and would always give him a hard time. But here in the fortress, he was working the longest hours and you could always see how amazing. So eventually...
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find... And as his crew, if the boss wants something... So, we got to work. And we just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night...
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come, but has a child already...
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went in, it leads to an abandoned factory area. And even if there were a way to but boss still insists. So we told him that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a...
So you come and wait here through the...
Yeah, but it's been so long.
Is it all...
Nothing could ever defeat boss...
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming...
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
Oke. Kita akhirnya dibolehin lewat pipa ini. Walaupun kita nggak tahu ini pipa ngarahnya kemana. Infonya sih jalan buntu ya.
The way up from here has been sealed off. Its boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. It's impossible to navigate and...
Do you think Child got trapped?
Not likely. We all know that boss was an...
Really? Then have him come and...
It's getting late.
Yeah, we learned a lot.
Nggak langsung dieksekusi.
Finally learned some... When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about... Why is Child... Fortunately, though, now that we can finally relax...
Oh, selesai juga chapter 4 bagian 3.
It's morning already. Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there. It's one of Linny's cards. Let Paimon see. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free. It's been a while since we last talked. Have you been? Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day off. From the sound of it, Linny's been making... We still have some time?
Kecepatan bencana alam.
Hey, you over there? Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG...
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with all right.
But why would you be looking for...
Whether you're throwing down cards, there are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, sure.
Great! Since you've been...
I thought you would have already heard everything.
Why don't you pick?
All right. Have you heard any spin? Did you know that there are some people... There are two guys who are always skulking around in the corners of corridors. I never really found their gossip very much. If you're interested, you can...
Good to know.
Let me think. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a
Huh?
That's right. The Duke was to go from an ordinary inmate to becoming a Forbidden Zone?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing.
Anything else?
Look, there are some people talking over there.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all...
Hey, speak for yourself!
Oh, you think you're special as...
I don't...
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a...
What kind of filthy bilgewater you Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? Who wants to live in the ruddy...
And what makes you think they want to hire someone like you?
Whoa. Sounds like they're really Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates down here? That's true. There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a...
Sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were
What's the matter?
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that.
You hear that?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy and...
Really?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it.
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bro.
So, you two...
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. Whoa, all this info's work.
I don't mind him. Quisto, the welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That...
Is that so? To tell...
Oh, so you're the one...
You are correct. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means... Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. We're basically dogs to them. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks.
Oh,
Even
cara
better treatment in the infirmary.
namanya Rice.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right?
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the...
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by the corridor with Lorvine.
You mean he hit a woman?
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a...
Wait a second.
Do you think could it be that...
After all, I do remember...
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
Di bawah adanya. Seandainya itu punya Yelan, lebih cepat lagi.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found.
Hey, this is no time to be modest.
Oh, as expect. Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. He is a harbinger after all. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for... Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation...
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to test some...
Well, when you put it that way...
Bingo!
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. No need to thank me. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys...
Collecting it...
Now, let me think. To find out more and if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning.
You can even estimate how long...
We've been working together for a long traveler. What say you to meeting here 9 days from now? Oh, and there's just... Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremonet's report. Fremonet's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend...
What do you want us to do?
Well, I won't call it... Listen carefully.
Jadi babu
You'll need
lagi
to
ya.
find an
Sini ya.
excuse to get into the infirmary and You've mentioned several investigate the internal structure of the infirmary, but also there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. My apologies, I just started...
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll head out and...
Let's go our separate ways for now then.
Hari-hari menjadi babu anjir.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take... There seem to be several people...
Right. I feel like
It's not impossible.
So, it's a bit hard to understand them from here. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion. Let me take a look. Please, lie down. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, Traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you.
Nanti ketahuan bu.
I see now. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. Eh? Oh, that's... I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Don't sense serious damage to your... And here? Huh? But based on my... What about here? Does this hurt? Oh, I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. So that's what it is? And there have been other inmates complaining about... Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you... Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after...
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like...
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach aches really bad. He was stumbling about the whole...
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious...
But it also looks...
Well...
What do you mean that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another
That's correct.
Are you two...
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups. You could say she fancies herself as...
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Hey, don't start arguing now. Please, keep it civil at least. Hey! There's no need to fight! Everyone will be released someday.
Release. It's way too early for us to even think about...
Please allow me to end this boring and useless...
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place.
He just slowly walked off like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine.
You really...
I mean, can you blame me? I'll accompany you two for a while. No.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sijuin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days' worth of medicine for you. Take 1 pill now, and then continue your bed rest.
Makasih, dokter.
Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit...
I remember.
Yellow, huh?
Kayak sus deh.
These are yours. Please,
Apakah itu sebuah
make sure
kode?
to go to bed early after
Nggak tahu
taking
juga
them
sih.
tonight.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead. So his primary... Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides... No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Got it! Paimon will hook... Oh, you're going to take a nap already? We've been to lots of places together. He may... So you're the best of companions. You're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we... Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Thank you, Miss Sijuin.
Susah amat petanya anjir. Persis di samping kita kliniknya berarti ya.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared... No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of... Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire... Whoa! You really are... Let's go meet up with Linny.
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts.
That's good. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine success.
Wait, why is she getting a...
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. Lynette also felt like you have already taken the...
So that's what Lynette thinks.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns.
Is now really a...
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends around half an hour away from the Also, I'm her brother, remember?
Okay, then...
Padahal ada yang jagain tadi udah.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange.
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but... What?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around.
Okay. None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right?
She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time.
There are some books here, and advanced nursing, how to raise this. These sure are some interesting books. She even has books on understanding people's motivations and feelings.
See?
This is it.
Wait, this thing? The space behind it is empty. From its size, could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper.
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of...
This is...
Is that all? The back.
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the... No! Could she have...
Wriothesley... Did he... do...
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But what...
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, you're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Don't panic, just think everything over. Wait, you're right. The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds...
But what does he gain by letting Fremine...
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our
Ternyata kita
side.
menari di telapak
If
tangan
Wriothesley let him leave on
rencana
purpose, then he's
Wriothesley.
probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. Wait, don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left...
No, I'm the leader of this operation.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please...
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Sus banget kan si Sigewinne.
I feel like we still have some room to make changes on...
It's not impossible, but it'll require...
Is that so?
someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking. Someone! Please help! He's...
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, what a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. Oh my! What's wrong,
Diam-diam
little
dia
bud?
jadi pengawas Risley kayaknya.
Take a deep breath before you begin. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Wait! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Risley's office.
Pelan-pelan Pak Supir. Panik dikit karena adik-adiknya terculik kayaknya.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided...
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss, maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the traveler. As for Fremine, no. You probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape.
There was no need to do so. The fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine...
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not? What do you really want?
Winnie!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, although as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned.
Wait, you can't mean you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Fremine's a star diver, so...
No, we're still here, so we definitely try to find a way to come back.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father?
Well, if she cares for the well-being... I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like...
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede?
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me,
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
Gue suka pronunciation dia ngomong.
Winnie!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second?
From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you... Mr. Fremenet left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5...
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Linney.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Linny, can you at least talk to...
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. The Fonta promoter has been We often see Miss Sigewin Fonta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed... The research notes said that the Melazine race perceives the world very differently from humans. According to Collins, the Pancration... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But the Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't We often see Miss Sigewin. Fonta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of... The research notes said that the Melazine race... Fonta's internal report suggests that they're starting... I've been told that the infirmary is... The Fonta promoter has been struggling I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. We often see Miss Sigewin. The research notes said that the... I've been told that the infirmary is...
Keliru.
I've been told that the infirmary is always...
Dia langsung bisa aja.
The research notes said that...
So that's what's going on. The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and if they do, they'll get strange meat in their welfare meal. At first, we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijween visits the cafeteria right before. Sijween has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. However, unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and the recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijween's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight. Why is that?
Mas mikir.
研究ノートにはこう書いてあった。メルジーヌという種族、ファンタジーの販売促進員は何度も壁にぶつかった。その理由は、シグリンはいつもトゥインズの話によれば、鉄拳競技大会。研究ノートにはこう書いてあった。メルジーヌというトゥインズの話によれば、
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of coupons will spend them on Fonta.
Oke. Itu kayak obat kah?
Fonta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product.
Keliru.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. Fonta's internal reports... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because...
Paimon gets this rule too now. So that hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people get scared when they see it because they've but really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged a blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fonta's own staff were questioning the company's decision-making. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the fortress of Meropede and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fonta product here. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match were selected to receive the drinks.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to... Although, based on your description, that Fonta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even crossed your mind. You'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigeween.
It was nothing, Your Grace.
Sigeween?
Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Sigeween...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and when Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here.
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us?
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. His Grace knows it too, right?
My dear Sigeween, whatever...
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace.
What are you talking about? What time?
Take me if you want. Let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigeween, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you doing?
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarande. My door.
Fremine... Fremine...
What's going on? What is Clarande doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linny. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime, though.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse.
What did you...
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup.
I'll talk to Clarande while you get Fremine to where he needs to be.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a lark. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial...
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigeween may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linny again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never...
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intention.
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea.
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
Lenny, are you okay?
I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Renee?
He'll be fine. But for now, please...
His breathing's beginning to...
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side.
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit.
Anjir, balik ke kamarnya nggak otomatis. Kamar klinik.
He's awake.
Lenny. Lynette.
We're all here.
The infirmary. How do you feel?
Traveler. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. This is where the water starts. Master Child probably dived into the water. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on?
Namanya jatuh cinta.
No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you...
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between my...
Miss Clarand brought you back.
Miss Clarand, you say?
You're still too weak for Monet.
Miss Lynette is right.
A guest? Then I can...
You should ask His Grace about that. Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us?
No, please go on without me.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but...
Understood.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I...
Thank you.
Menua lagi ke kantor Duke. Orang masih skip. Nggak ada hadiah apa gitu. Hadiah comeback atau apapun. Dan nggak ada yang bisa dipakai buat lo. Buat ngegacha.
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremenet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't...
I've been expecting those two, but...
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarand.
Mostly fine. If
you don't mind, I'd like to perform.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten?
Explain, enlighten.
Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals,
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
they came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative.
So you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your work for you?
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremine has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors
Entangle.
true that you're also a former criminal?
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself?
Oh, right.
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was...
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already. That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance.
Apa sih Forbidden Zone ini?
That should be clear
Penasaran
now
gua.
that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary.
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that bad?
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be
Bahasanya
pleasant.
udah membumi banget sih ini. Apa subtitlenya?
Follow me.
Nggak kaku gitu.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is. Stand on the central.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see it. What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking...
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before...
Sas, bab, males lah.
Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back. Go on, have a look. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any
Berarti
potential
Wesley
danger
juga
that
nggak
could
tahu
be
dong
behind
itu
it.
dalamnya apa.
The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking? Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the sea.
The concentration of primordial seawater?
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Neuvillette knows where the primordial sea could be.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators
Di
are
dasar
now
laut
red.
ada laut lagi.
Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird. Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. When the previous Hydro Archon Egeria ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the... After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea. To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third. Let's go somewhere else. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last—
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone! Huh?
No need to panic, you two.
What? After you warned us not—
I'm skeptical as well.
The results speak for themselves, don't they?
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. Good. Saves me a bit of time. Edwin's main areas of research were archeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want—
Ah, what a lovely idea.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted—
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work
Ada
as a
just
convenient
juga.
cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before.
How much do you know about Fontaine?
I...
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands.
There's a ship in this story too.
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of—
Do you believe that—
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontainians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, all right, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Seems like you're good. I'll leave you here for—
Oh!
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
We're back!
Welcome back.
How can you be so much like Rise, Leo?
Huh. Actually, while I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me.
Must have been Risley and...
Yeah, I heard one male voice.
I really can't make...
So, Traveler, Paimon,
Were you able to learn?
Yeah, he explained.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my spec? Yeah, I took the time to rest.
Nobody else is around, and
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself three. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is, the long-lost primordial sea is probably very close to the fortress of Meripede.
それは何なんだ現在僕が把握できているのはその計画が海水の変化と関係している可能性があるということだけ
He got that right on the
そのために
first try.
フロインゲ様が呼んだんじゃない
That's our Lenny. Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for what's more. The Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. Risley is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the two factions are pitted against each other, Risley will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the secret of the infirmary, but I just can't think of what it could be.
You're super smart.
Thanks so much. Then finally, if Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be. But let me guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe it.
the sea will engulf everyone. Just like the prophecy said.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations.
Or perhaps he didn't know and just wanted to bring Father over to his side?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. The two of you have already aided us far too much. If you ever need anything else going forward, please, though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together,
You have my
Thank you for protecting Linny when it really mattered.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all.
Aw, the sound of that makes Paimon feel... Paimon's hungry.
You've...
Alright, then we'll catch...
It's time for dinner.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well.
Traveler and Paimon, over here.
Are you here for dinner too?
And I'm...
Huh. You're right.
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too, don't forget.
No problem.
So delicious.
Mantap jiwa.
So happy.
Ada subtitlenya mantap jiwa.
Day.
Feeling full yet? How's the food?
Delicious. hilarious. I'm so glad to see you. Sijwin, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you. You're really good at taking care of people. Really? You're reminded of an older sister? Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a
Aduh.
bit worried after hearing that
Sorry,
something
gue
was
telah
wrong with the
meragukan
water.
Sijwin dan Priestley.
Thankfully,
Ternyata mereka
Gloria
orang
was
baik.
very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Glorian left, to make sure that Linne wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approach. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linne as well. You were all super considerate. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often too. Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked very hard.
Ayah Kago mati gara-gara tadi. Anjir. Ini nggak disamperin ini.
Ah, it's you.
How's dinner?
It's all right. Miss Sijwin really put in a lot of effort.
So we heard that Risley invited you to come down to help, and you saved Freminate too.
Oh, it was child's play.
Still, Paimon didn't know. Oh, and why aren't you eating?
Miss Sijwin was with you.
Actually, didn't Navia say that?
Yeah,
First time in a long time.
in the past. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here. Things will be getting messy at the fortress soon.
Paimon's super sleep.
Langsung tidur.
Delicious.
Out of my way! Get what happened? Why is everyone? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling?
Bocor, bocor, air bocor.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people? They won't even.
They're here! Yeah, there you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems... Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so...
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come. Yeah, he said to get us.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Oh, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you go-
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
They're here.
Just like I said.
We have it!
You're just in time. But be ready to run.
Dia kerayonya bukan tipe kerayo yang ngeluarin es ya.
2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Overload sih kalau kita ngomongin air.
Neuvillette?
Lah, bisa-bisa kita ke atas anjir. Masuk ke
I need you to head to the opera house immediately.
Masuk ke
Farina will soon be
bentengnya
meeting with the
susah.
knave there. You must protect Farina and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her. Will do. You.
Look, there are a ton of Fatilian Palais Mermoni.
Masuk ke bentengnya susah, keluarnya gampang.
Monsieur Neuvillette has left instructions, though I'm sure he's already explained the ship.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Nuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur Nuvillette.
Saya aslinya 2 orang ini, si Arlecchino.
Coming from you, that's
Yang suara
not
azan
surprising
subuh.
at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Allahu Akbar.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has passed since Child disappeared.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still alive.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirapede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well,
The Fortress of Mirapede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely? That is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the opera house. Is it something like that?
Sarkasme anjir. Itu sarkasme anjir.
all letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded.
Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury, would unleash endless catastrophe.
Segel air.
This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess, we're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just...
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now?
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness.
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld.
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Marmonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the...
Segel dong berarti itu.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontainian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on?
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Farina. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon? Oh, right.
Kasian anjing disarkasin mulu.
Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. You too, Pipe.
Thank you. Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was great.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we must thank the knave for bringing these over as well.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table, and I was merely catering to Miss Farina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of, so I must take my leave now.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before I must be on my way.
Paimon's coming too!
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that?
Mana ya? Udah aku tinggal. Nggak ada chest apa di sini? Bentukannya kayak chest tapi nggak bisa dibuka anjir.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. Do I look like an irresponsible father to you? That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal setting. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them, especially Linny.
You mean Ridesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of Farina? You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Forget it. He did. I will be meeting someone short.
Do you require help with it?
No need. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me?
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do?
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this incident to anyone. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Eudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. Set up a meeting for me. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the Fortress of Meripede will be a... You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever happened.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, The leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either. I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save themselves. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you.
Dia
You
satu-satunya
don't need to commit to
ini ya.
anything right now, of course.
Satu-satunya Harbinger yang bisa diajak kerjasama secara diplomatis.
As your name is often connected with noble
Yeah.
deeds,
Childe juga
I'm
sih.
sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives. Permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... what? Huh?
Please do not be so surprised. For... my apology.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right? Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. There's...
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later...
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Masih panjang, bro. Masih panjang ini story-nya.
Now guess.
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from it.
Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was...
She didn't want to stress you out.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out.
You meant father?
She said a few things that were,
Her attitude towards you is even better. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close.
Father is very capable and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well.
That does sound like something that father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Oke, ini
Courier?
Yeah, I was...
That's no excuse for...
Junior, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on...
Yep. That is still top secret, though.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but...
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh, yeah? Then...
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
still doing all right? We're fine, but a few people sustained superficial injuries. Oh, of course. How did Nervalet? I'm sure Nervalet has strong resonance with the hydro element. I ran into the bomb shelter. If you're not too... Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular day. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing...
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get...
And here I thought you'd...
All right, there's no need to get...
Hey, it wasn't just me.
I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. Whenever he'd say that,
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure...
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface?
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing.
We're fine, for the most part.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to...
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Nervalet got the milkshake.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Nervalet's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the Oh, and I have some gifts here for you.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so...
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Hooray! Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Tidurnya di penjara.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Being free. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true. It's like we've now gone to so many places there are so many bad things in the world, and you're counting Paimon today? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon, just our thoughts making. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess out. We should be safe now, right? All right then. Good night to you, traveler.
Abis ini pasti mimpi Cilde lagi. Oke, bagian 4 juga udah selesai. Air bah angkara murka. Oke. Aku ambil, terima kasih.
Come with me. Let us find shelter from the rain.
Ada bagian 5, penyamaran sang pendosa. Wah, masih belum bisa, coy. 50 diamond lagi ya, shoot. Oke lah, sembari misi terakhir kita suguhan dulu ya guys ya. Bisa.
A blade is like a tea leaf.
Gue saat sebelum. Mari kita lanjutkan.
Those who say let many
Jam 8 ya.
times can appreciate its true qualities.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Is it so? Oh, today's our big day. We're...
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Go find the Duke. Go find the Duke.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. By the way...
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah, Paimon feels... Then be sure to come back and visit.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Merivine is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. We should probably go report to him now.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh,
it's you two.
Excuse me.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. Everyone's so busy.
You feel it?
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat.
Immersed in primordial seawater?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we—
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
The water level
Poisson.
rose? Oh no!
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater,
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you
Potential
two to go to
catastrophe.
Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Hai Kapten. Langsung aja TP. Nggak usah lah kaku-kaku.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
I'm not young.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help it.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in.
Yes. As you can see, the
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg.
He jumped down then.
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the...
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry.
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help.
How awful. And all of this just...
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to. Of course, we should remain ready for anything. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Boleh.
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Kita ziarah ke makam ini ya. Makam ayahnya.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Sedih.
Huh? What happened to them?
Paimon bego banget sih.
Agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need
Tai
yet.
banget.
But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obana, Khan, Burnett, so everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, and as I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh! That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
Yes,
There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up.
Let's go. Mari kita ajak si Mafia. Anjir, nggak ada TP yang dekat dong. Enak. Enak juga lagu fontaine ya. Nggak ada TP yang dekat anjir.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient all.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Sooner we're done, the
Witness the power of the one. Know my soul. Lights out. Whirling snow. Yeah. Ha! Ta! Ha! Yeah. Yeah. Ha! Ha! Ta!
Floor here isn't safe.
My apologies.
Gue lupa bentar. Thank you, senjatanya ganti dulu ke ini bisa pakai skill 2 kali.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get by my wrong. We're not safe.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that case,
The water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now, then. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Here we go. Huh?
Let's play!
Mana tahu kalau ada lubangnya.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Keren juga lu MC. Lagian mana ada orang menjelajah reruntuhan pakai high heels.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh.
Yes, it would have...
That's quite possible.
Oh, right. It must. This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved...
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so
Ifet itu
much.
budidaya.
I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Look, it's Navia!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat.
All right. But...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates,
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and—
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown.
Oh, well, if—
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as—
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia!
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Sedih.
Silver.
Sedih, Melu Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Sedih banget, coy.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. Here to touch.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
I suppose so. Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days.
No way, don't worry.
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Seedream made him do that.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neuvillette.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the nave.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Time for takeoff. Judgment! Punishment! Rain cutter, know my sword! Rain outlines your... Whirling snow! Yeah! Ah! Yeah!
Oh no,
Take flight! Kami Satellite! Sumetsu!
Here we go. It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up.
Think you can get away?
Let's play.
Rain Cutter!
Judgment.
Lights out. Sakura Swirl!
Nggak ada chest.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden space.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for—
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yeah.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this?
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image?
And is that a ring of people around?
The 4th image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at this. Says that it's the history of the future.
I really hope...
Still...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents...
But Who would have created these?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slate. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets, and
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you, as ever. All right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Ooh, Paimon's already starting to forget.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two.
Kenapa tiba-tiba ada
What are you doing
Muna,
in Fontaine?
anjir? Karakter lama,
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here!
Well, I have some business to attend to here. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt or Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames,
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I... Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is...
Thrice as great?
I know, right?
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you,
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while after...
Oh, that's a good thing then.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Ominous.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful.
Welcome to the
It
stream,
must
Bear.
surely come from a powerful visionary.
Selamat pagi.
Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding
Tidur
it
sore
would be
gue.
a mistake.
Pantes bangun pagi. Bagus.
Sounds really
Itu namanya apa?
exist?
Hidup sehat. Nah itu.
Of course.
Hidup
The old
sehat.
hag
Tidur
could
lebih
do it,
sore biar bangun
and
lebih
I
pagi.
bet there are others amongst those
Jelas.
Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Gua malah belum tidur anjir.
Huh? Are you sure?
Ini after Fontaine selesai gue selesai streaming lah.
I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Ngejar ini soalnya Natlan udah kebuka kan. Ayo Wa.
Oh, well,
Nanti lu dah Genshin lu. Gue nggak megang Genshin udah setahun lebih anjir kalau bukan setahun lebih hampir setahun. Gue cek kan terakhir kali kapan gue main Genshin di live stream. Anjir hampir setahun Januari 2024.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there.
Gak tau ya kalau Hua tuh selain Changli belum ada karakter yang benar-benar gue suka lagi sih. Makanya gue belum apa ya, cuman belum tertarik main Hua. Tapi tadi gue udah sempet update sih tadi malam. Cuman nggak tahu kapan bisa dimainin. Genshin gak dapet event comeback gue. Gue aja dapet. Itu karakter Hua itu si Envy. Gue sukanya yang ini loh, yang apa? Yang five mami gitu. Kayak Changli. Baru gue demen tuh. Gue pikir bakal selesai Fontaine 2 jam 3 jam. Ternyata masih ada bagian 5.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina, they
Gue gedek net Furina kayak bocil aja.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you said?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. We may have to create a situation in...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials.
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Jelas. The Nef gak sih? The Nef atau Navia lah. Tapi The Nef harusnya lebih cocok sih.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
Live sampai Jumber.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of
Sampai
hiding here.
gue sih niatnya sampai Fontaine bener-bener selesai guys. Cuman gue juga nggak tahu kapan selesai ini. Ini udah mau jalan 4 jam setengah. Mau jalan 5 jam loh ini loh.
You are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Panjang banget.
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Nah, bisa di skip lagi ya. Itu nilai plus buat Ua.
One of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
7 jam kalau kata gue mah, buset. Bukan masalah durasinya, badan gue yang kagak kuat. Udah mah belum tidur, terus duduk doang kan, pinggang sakit aja. Pantat sakit, pinggang sakit aja.
Let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts
Kapan
together
terakhir
to
kali
create
gue
a
main
series
game
of
selama
traps.
ini?
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really.
Pas
One that I
FF7
just
kali ya,
learned
itu
from
kan
Chlorand
berapa?
and used on the
2
spot.
minggu lalu.
So, let's
3
invite
minggu
her
lalu.
to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette,
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, If we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Mampir-mampir lah ke Discord.
You
Boleh.
used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't
Boleh.
you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling
Gue,
children.
cuman gue juga bukan tipe orang yang sering buka Discord sih. Kayak kemarin aja kan gue balas Discord lu karena
I'm afraid I can't claim that as
itu aja gue lagi di kantor dan karena lagi gabut aja.
more stable methods, like placing
Apa?
bait in the
Udah
water
buka Twitter,
and
udah
waiting
buka
for the fish to come
IG,
within reach.
udah buka YouTube, buka apa ya? Buka
That's
Discord
the
lah.
kind of method I would count on.
Pamal Party udah beli? Belum beli. Udah ini ya? Harganya udah normal ya?
I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such.
Ah, masa sih?
When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't
Masa lu nge-DM gak gue bales? Gue bales ya, Ge, di Discord.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're
Kalau di IG
realistic,
iya, gue
animals of the
bales.
same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Discord juga gue bales ah.
you, Neuvillette?
Kemarin gue beli Pamal
Fear
Party
I do
sama
not have any
Back,
related experience.
4.
That
Oh,
makes
Back for
sense.
Blood.
You usually solve problems directly, without the
Normal
use of any
malah.
such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Back
I would
for
like
Blood
for it to be
tuh
effective, but bring no
gue lupa
harm
lagi
to the
kayak pernah
prey.
denger itu game.
A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we
Hunting
shall
metaphor.
require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Open comeback ke Genshin susah banget. Gue aja apa ya? Gue sih tipe yang ini ya, maksudnya nggak mau pusing-pusing ya. Selama main stat aman ya udahlah. Persetan dengan substat gitu aja sih kalau gue mah. Nah minusnya Genshin juga itu tuh. Lu udah kena HSR, udah EZ banget, apa-apa auto balik ke Genshin tuh kayak aduh, klik males. Males aja. Itu gue juga merasakan itu kok, sama gue. Wah, anjir bisa sampai 6 jam kali ini streamingnya. Anjir lah. Ya, Sir, ada update bisa balikin substat nanti di 3.0. Beuh. Makin GGWP tuh karakter orang-orang.
think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
7 jam kalau mau kelarin. Fuck man, anjir, pinggang gue kagak kuat anjir.
About it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Mana umur belum tua-tua banget.
Well,
7 jam cowok.
hard to say.
Gue tadi dari bagian 3 loh, padahal chapter 4 bagian 3. Ini udah bagian 5 ini.
Sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar.
The voice from the sky. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that
Ini suara
confusion
siapa,
and
anjir?
thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a
Lah.
commission from my friend's disciple.
Sama
on a
muridnya
whim.
temanku. Berarti dia gurunya Mona dong, Mona.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way.
The voice. Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view.
That's right! Paimon's...
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times, but I've never met her.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey,
Pernah
Traveler.
juga kena motion
Paimon
main
suddenly
dua
feels like going
Clara
outside
Story.
for a walk. Let's go.
Ah, gua nge-skip juga itu.
Let's walk around the city, shall we?
Setkeeper tuh.
Spots we always like to walk.
Anjir, gua kira karakter ceweknya Shorekeeper. Wah, itu gue demen banget sama karakternya, anjir. Teman gue dapet kan. Gue baru ngeliat kan karakternya. Anjir, cakep coy. Cuman gue ke-skip gara-gara lagi ngamen 2. Udahlah. Ya, sama. Nasibnya sama kita ternyata. Gue ngeliat karakternya aja di banner. Anjir, cakep banget. Cuman ke-skip aduh. Cocok
written in
di
this
tim party.
newspaper. What's going on?
Di tim party. Di tim party mana?
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that
Prosesor dia
others
semalam
cannot
enak banget
interact with it.
makainya.
My recent attempts
Oh,
to
lu
enter the
ini.
fortress bore little fruit. Huh.
Berdamage tapi nge-heal
Given
juga.
up on that.
Ya udahlah, nunggu Riran aja deh.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus
Oh, tim
of this
party
report?
lu. Emang party lu pakai apa?
Adventurer with their white hair
Genshin.
and legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist
Ntar
Charlotte's biggest
nunggu
scoop yet.
Genshin selesai dulu.
World Walker.
Gue nggak tahu gue bakal nge-push sampai Natlan atau di Fontaine cukup habis gitu gue AFK lagi bermain Genshin, gue nggak tahu. Tapi kemungkinan sih pengen gue push ya, soalnya gue demen sama karakter Mavika. Mavika tuh Arkon baru kan di Genshin. Gue demen sama karakternya, anjir. Pengen gue ambil. Encore, MV Havoc sama dia. Oh iya, Encore bisa dibilang DPS ya. Mukul-mukul kan dia. Encore yang bocil pink itu kan.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Jadi kemarin ke sobat gua sama anak Discord ngajak farming gua tungguin sampai ketiduran tuh. Tadi sore ngilang bocahnya. Lagi sibuk kali. We never know. Tiba-tiba ada keperluan mendadak mungkin.
Quick, look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Sama crit damage doang.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more
Menambah
slices of
pucinan
cake to
di
go?
visi server sebelah dia, roomnya
These
dililit.
2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Ya.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Ya.
I sure do. She
Yeah.
was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach
Aku
us
komen
things
kali
about
itu.
humans. She said that
Tapi
humans
emang lu
are
nggak punya
creatures
DPS
that are
lain selain
sad
Encore? Encore kan?
easily. Yes, and you can only lift their
Encore
spirits
kan
by
bukan karakter
feeding them
limited kan,
delicious
seingat gue.
food. So please
Dia dari
try the
standar
cakes
banner.
here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Udah langsung, ayo kita ini kita sidang tuh si Furina.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Banyak banget chat-chatnya anjir nih game.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some
Ada
quick
Yinlin,
work.
Changli, Sanhua, Kalkaro, Jian. Banyak anjir. Kenapa lu pakainya
Worry
engkot?
about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a
Pak-
letter to discuss just that.
Padahal ada
Cheers, you
Yinlin
didn't
bisa
receive it,
jadi
though.
sub
It's all right,
DPS,
though. I
Sangli
saw the
main
amount intended for you.
DPS.
I've even set the table with some
Sanhua
food.
gue lupa orang karakter yang mana. Calcaro bisa jadi DPS. Jian juga
Almost a little too easy
DPS.
to win over, Paimon. If I were a
MC gue
journalist
malah
with
full
ulterior
DPS.
motives,
Anjir.
you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Gue MC
knows you're not like that.
Havok aja gue jadiin
Still, what brings
sub.
you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Ya gue jadiin sub soalnya gue ada Changli.
Friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well? So she mentioned me? What is
She said that you're a real dick.
nice?
Huh? So you're art?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah. Are we even?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're.
Oh, in that case.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the. Ooh, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably
Karena
still
engkor gue
be
belum
prepping at the
dibuat.
office for that interview of
Baru
ours.
jadi kemarin siang
I
itu
know what you're
engkor.
thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always
Oh,
believed
akun
that
lu
it's best to
jatuhnya
do what
akun
you
aku.
enjoy.
Di semua game anjir, akunnya akun
This nation really were to be
ini.
suddenly destroyed tomorrow,
Akun late
but I
game.
still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as
Grinding
soon as
handal
possible.
memang
I'm not a dreamer,
cocok jadi
nor am I a
fansnya Kayla.
workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving
Di
such
semua
an
game
article
di
behind.
grinding sama Beru.
I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. Well, anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Cuk, kapan ini mau mengadili Furina anjir?
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Gue nggak tahu kenapa ya. Ini udah gue omongin sih tadi, cuman
Paimon's been thinking.
cerita di Fontaine tuh ngebosenin. Kenapa ya? Bosennya gitu, bosenin.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow,
Berkontemplasi
what
Paimon,
would we
siap.
do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Sampai ke Black Desert perkara kemarin Kayla main grinding bareng pemalu. Iya lagi.
Grow mold if you stay here.
Gue kemarin gue nggak nonton streamnya sih, cuman gue lihat thumbnailnya. Anjir, Kayla main Black Desert.
Therapy, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Gue yang belum story sampai sana, cuma lihat konten
So the two
kreator,
of you
sisanya
are
aja
still
boring.
here.
Iya,
Wonderful.
boring banget anjing, ngebosenin. Entah kenapa, beda banget sama Inazuma sama Sumeru.
Yes,
Masih,
I'm Isadora.
apalagi Sumeru masih
Monsieur
ngebekas
sent
sih
me to look
di
for
gue.
you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress
Apa
of
ya,
Merope.
ceritanya tuh lu nggak perlu mikir berat, terus ya udah ngalir aja, jalan aja udah, nikmatin hutan, Ya di ending-ending sempet ke gurun pasir sih, tapi pas di hutannya gue favorit gue banget sih itu. Beda banget sama fontaine. Bosen aja apalagi pas tadi di penjara tuh bolak-balik TP-nya jauh-jauh. Bosen banget.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, the crowd continued to grow and...
So people have started to put the blame on
I agree. People will naturally rely on...
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had...
So, you mean...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good.
Don't worry, this is more...
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
20 jam grinding Black Desert. Edan sama lu gokil.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in
20
this
jam.
Instead, she'll look for a place to wait
Itu
out.
non-stop itu tanpa tidur itu 20 jam.
Also know, she may be loud and
Edan.
dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to live.
Tuh, stream ini isinya bolak-balik map doang anjing.
All the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Beneran ada di situ sih. Gokil lu Paimon. Ini juga Beru beneran 20 jam kagak tidur.
Farina, right over there.
Grinding.
She really is here all on her own.
The best.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde
Tiba-tiba
traveler
jadi
from another land.
nge-switch gitu dia jadi happy
You were
lagi.
summoned from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rab? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Udah kalau mau nangis aja Furina.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Walaupun banyak yang suka Furina, menurut gue main karakternya kurang kuat di story ini. Mungkin orang-orang suka dia as a playable karakternya kali ya. Tapi buat secara in-game story-nya, gue ngerasa juga Arkon nggak tahu ya, karena gue belum tahu cerita di balik Furina ini. Ini kan dia masih misteri kenapa dia kayak gini kan. Jadi gue belum ada rasa kedekatan kayak gue ngeliat Nahida dulu atau ngeliat A dulu gitu. Sifatnya mau dibikin sendiri tapi gak dapet.
Paimon's exhausted.
Sundere, tapi gue ngeliat dia emang bukan buat sundere deh. Kayaknya emang nggak tahu ya, developernya ngebuat kita jadi salah paham sama karakter ini aja kali ya.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only
Itu
just
salah satu
started to
plot
come true,
twist itu.
and so many people have already lost their
Di
lives.
Inazuma salah satu plot twist yang gue demen itu.
All became clear to me. I
Jadi
still
buron.
don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone
Terus
else.
di keep dulu kan
As
sama
long as the
kelompoknya
final
Kokomi.
moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
Masih ingat
Don't
gue
worry.
detail-detail
I
besarnya
will
gitu.
keep hope alive for everyone until
Cuman
the very
Fontaine
end.
ini gue aja lupa awalnya
Well, that's
kenapa
enough for now. I
kita
got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank
jadi
and
ikut
station,
dalam permasalahan Fontaine gue
fit
lupa.
at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Cepet ngomong. Udah jujur aja. Ayo, spill the beans. Ya elah, tiba-tiba ada gempa lagi dia udah mau ngomong.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now,
Mau
without
penjelasan
further
dalam
ado,
dikit sama
we may
petir misteri
proceed to
7
the
pedang
trial
Inazuma dan
of
sakit
our
weapon
god.
Inazuma yang bisa di crafting.
So, this is what it is.
Oh, yang paling gue inget ini anjir map-map yang map-map yang apa?
Do not forget, however,
Yang
that I am
udaranya
the
tuh
god of
ungu-ungu gitu tuh Inazuma ada kan tuh.
embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the
Itu seru
very
tuh.
concept of justice to trial?
Darah berkurang.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is
Aduh,
not
baru tuh
always
Farina
an
pengen
indication
jujur itu
of
tadi.
surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
Okay.
Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Tiba-tiba anjir. Iya, ada radioaktif di map itu. Iya. Itu seru tuh nge-explore map-map kayak gitu tuh di Inazuma.
Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super
Sama monster yang bisa apa?
taking this seriously this time,
Yang
right?
bisa nge-poison.
Alright, then.
Makanya Kokomi
Who
waktu
will
itu
be
gila banget
my
kan.
opponent in this trial?
Kokomi berguna
The court
banget itu
asks
di
the
Inazuma.
prosecutor to please take the stand.
Arkon yang kagak kayak Arkon. Iya, kayak bocil anjir. Kalau ngeliat Furina tuh labil anjir. Bocil-bocil yang baru ngehit puberti ya.
Is that so? Very well.
Masih mencari jati diri deh.
Please speak, witness of
Furina.
Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, so we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box.
That's right. That house was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal
Sekonyolnya
tremor
Fenty, dia
from the
masih punya harga diri
transportation
pas di
of the whole
Eden
house?
Mondstadt.
That's right. It wasn't assigned to another
Ini
disaster.
Archon pertama yang diadili nih.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Am I
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial
Bahkan di
through
Ines
to the
bekas penyikin
very
berontak
end.
Raiden Acer turun tangan sendirian ngajak duel MC. Itu yang yang udah diborgol MC kan, dibantuin sama Toma. Itu keren juga itu.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Leb Hymansi! Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence and let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. The Fortress of Meripede was, according to Monsieur, I nearly lost the words of someone as
Yuk, kita mulai yuk.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, nervy lads. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but...
Memang lebih mini bagus storynya Arlequina daripada Farina walaupun dia jahat tapi masih ada tanggung jawabnya sama para pengikutnya. Yeah. Gue ngeliat Arlequina tuh kayak dia salah satu harbinger Fatui yang bisa diajak diplomasi, berdialog gitu. Selain Cilde ya, yang lain kan barbar semua.
Otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move
Apa ya,
on
karakternya kayak karakter Ojo sama gitu loh.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Mungkin karena itu kali ya. Jadi karakter favorit di Cina sama Jepang.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Cuk, panjang ternyata, anjir. Gue udah sampai mana ya? Sampai sini. Oh iya. Aduh, anjir baru sampai setengah. Ini aja video isinya 5 jam. Nangis gua.
のせいだ。神の力は信仰に由来するが、フォンテーヌの神たちの正義に対する信仰は全て僕が立証混合。僕は何者なのだろう。少なくとも500年もの間、カムクラに座っていたこの僕の命を支えてきたものは何だったというんだい？
Apa ya? Pertama pertemuan dengan The Knave, boleh pilih.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity.
Aduh, fix ini 2 jam ini. Anjing beneran jam 7 dong, bener apa kata Beru anjing. Ini udah 5 jam 14 menit streaming gue.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
数百年の間に僕が成し遂げた神の技が数多く存在している。例えば今君たちが目にしているこの油脂最低カーディナルや皆の日常生活に欠かせない立証混合エネルギーだ。
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Ini di bawahnya Nahida.
I believe a reminder of your
Tapi gue
current
tetap kalau ada
circumstances is
Riran
in
pengen
order.
sih.
While the court is in session, the principles of
Gue pengen
justice in the
ini
law
soalnya
must
pengen
come
ngoleksi
before
semua
all
Archon
else.
di Genshin.
While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
Banyak alasan kau, Furina.
I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives.
Alasan mulu
Have you
anjir.
ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Furina alasan
Isn't
dulu.
that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true.
Did she deceive all of us?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence.
Wow, she came up with yet...
Oh, dia cuma manusia, oke.
でもタルタリアが理由がそんなみんなそんな疑いの目で僕を見ないでフォンテーヌ人は原始大会の水にと
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siege, Win? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, After extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... you... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think they're...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Elunya orang Fontaine bingung apalagi gua.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Any mission
first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the
Tapi gue dicabut kan. Salah cabut colokan nasi. Bisa gitu anjir sama rice cooker
Does
aja.
that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
「連続少女失踪事件の真相からフォンテーヌ人は原始大海の水に溶けることが分かった。でも一つ目の石板に書かれた絵を見る限り、その昔水神の神の力によって純粋精霊は人間となった。フォンテーヌ人が溶ける理由はそれなのかも。
そうじゃないかもね。
Kalau yang jatuh ini sih harusnya pakai ini, pakai Sinavia.
目の前の出来事は今までの歴史上でも起こったことがあることなのかも。ね。
Oke.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. and this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oke, Furina sendirian itu
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Nggak.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she
Pertanyaannya adalah kenapa Hydro Archon sebelumnya mengubah Oceanid menjadi manusia? Habis itu pas dia dalam bentuk form manusia berkembang biak, jadilah negara Fontaine gitu kali ya.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. But then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Iya, bukan manusia.
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro
Sekarang
Archon's true
pertanyaan
sin
dasarnya kenapa dia melakukan
was
itu?
creating us.
Mens reanya
After
apa?
many hundreds
Anjir.
of years, the Hydro Archon's creations
Niat
have turned
jahatnya,
around to try
apakah
to
ada niat
judge
jahat
the
di situ
Archon
atau
within the
enggak?
Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your—
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, Does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Tiba-tiba banget ada paus. Masih hidup lu, Cilde? Ini baru Fatih Harbinger, bro.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed,
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over.
Lu nggak tahu yang Jepang sih.
On the ocean floor.
Cuman yang Inggris emang.
And I was almost growing barnacles by the
Karakternya
time I
karakter
finally
apa ya?
realized
Karakter
There was only one
Tin,
possible
tapi
solution
suaranya suara
to this
mature anjir.
confounding conundrum.
Furina kan
I
looknya
had to outwit
Vokalor
the
ini
heavenly
looknya
principles,
tin ya.
allow the prophecy to
Tapi
be
suaranya
fulfilled,
mature
ostensibly
banget.
at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Naga
It
bisa
has
sesedih
indeed.
itu ya.
And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yahoo! Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Now, having satu out. Sumetsu! Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards! My apologies. Yeah! Yeah! Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Mirror me? The prophecy. What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters. Oh. What's going on? Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too? Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat. Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other. Is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you. Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together after this. Should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might—
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Oh, jadi alasan dia itu kenapa dia nentang banget
What do the
orang-orang
people want?
untuk
How would
mengungkap
they
jati
imagine a
dirinya.
god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm people.
Alter egonya
Only
keluar.
ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, lady.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it?
You remember? He's doing much better now.
Oh, good. Very good.
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. as your god, I did already expect this, but all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. And rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Alarm gue bunyi.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Iya, alarm gue jam
Lady
8
Farina,
pagi.
I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Tapi emang vokalor versi manusianya kopong sih. Karena nggak dikasih pemahaman knowledge tentang situasi di Fontaine. Dia cuma disuruh udah mainin peran lu gitu. Jadi kasihan sih sebenarnya.
Best to rest early today too.
Kayak bebannya jadi berat gitu ya. Anjir, berarti tadi di persidangan dia desperate bukan karena dia bukan karena dia bakal dihukum mati, tapi karena kalau identitasnya kebongkar ya Fontaine hancur gitu.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was...
What is it?
Are you crying?
Really now? This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored.
Pada akhirnya kapasitas otak dan hatinya ya sebatas manusia normal, walaupun dia hidupnya benar-benar 500 tahun.
So lonely.
Young outside, dead inside.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this.
No.
Would that not destroy all I've done so far? I have conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act
It is the only way to save Fontaine.
Ya, tapi kalau lihat dari konteksnya ya, biar nggak ini jatuhnya nggak apple to apple sih. Soalnya kan si Furina jatuhnya kan form human. Kalau Nahida walaupun dari form dia yang dewasa berubah jadi Nahida yang kecil, kan dia tetap dewa.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Ini bukan pemerannya gitu.
If that's the case,
mulai masuk akal omongan Furina pas sebelum.
He's right. I could confide in him.
Intinya dia butuh temen curhat.
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long.
Tapi feeling perasaan ini gue dapat ketika gue keinget lagi ketika Subaru bisa ngobrol sama Echidna tentang dia bisa balik ke masa lalu dengan dia mati. Itu dapat itu feel di sini tuh.
Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her
Iya.
in on the full plan?
Furina nggak pernah tahu anjir.
It had to be done.
Kosong.
To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Tapi ini jatuhnya kayak ticking bomb sih.
Trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the
Pindah ke
Oratrice
PC
is
dulu,
no
abis itu
simple
dibawa ke rumah tangga.
machine.
Siap, Per.
Yes?
I've
Aman.
always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice
Aman
within
aja.
the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Beg your pardon?
Oh,
Okay.
you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the oratrice take down the god
Besok
of justice,
kerja.
it will also
Masuk
take
pagi
down
gua.
the divine throne upon
Minggu
which
depan
she
masuk
has been
pagi.
placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Eudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
So...
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that...
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. The ancient dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together.
Terus nyerangnya gimana? Nah, coy.
Take flight.
Harusnya gue nggak bawa.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Nggak bisa di ini.
Time for takeoff. No, my soul.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its truth from within.
Whirling snow. Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword. Let me weave you a... Here we go. Think you can get away? Lights out. Take flight.
Loh, siapa dia?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Yang pernah diceritain.
The impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Ya, guru dari gurunya berarti ya.
Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Him?
His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi. Him? Berarti cowok.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Wah, kalau itu jadi playable karakter, gua pull anjir.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Bakal jadi, oke. Gua akan pull. Fix. Tenggelam fontaine anjir. Tapi mereka semua nggak jadi ini, nggak jadi ocean. Naik lagi. Oh, ini yang dibuat udah Tesla.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
walaupun sempat tenggelam sih.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
Atas masih ada yang belum dibuka TP-nya.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies. Our residents are hard at work as well.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss...
I see you're the same as always. Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde at any rate. Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the Fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic...
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. But still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so as to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. Trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I guess this must be life. All right then. Well,
guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neville's doing? As long as he's not...
Yes, kita ke Neuvillette. Kenapa naik?
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Urinanya mana anjir?
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. All right, let's have it then.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. As for the judgment passed by whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off. I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use. But it'll probably be fun as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Di saat dirimu baru datang, disitulah stream ini akan berakhir. 7 jam anjir, bener apa kata Beru? Gue udah di tahap ngantuk bet ini. Sampai terang kamar gue.
The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift.
Beneran 7 jam ber, anjing.
The two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Anjir, berarti Archon Hydro kosong karena kekuatannya udah dibalikin ke
have impure designs, and we
New
might as
Village
well
kan.
accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Natlan, nah ini.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an... There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Soon
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that you're at it. We guessed that there might be some reason for...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time?
Iya, bisa seharian itu biar main. Ini aja 7 jam gue skip. First time lo gue.
I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Biasanya gue kalau Genshin nggak gue skip loh. Tadi tiap gue udah baca subtitle gue skip. Walaupun VA-nya belum selesai ngomong. Skip. Tetap 7 jam.
She told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day
baru buka
return to
Sumeru,
the earth as
gokil
raindrops.
anjir.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately
Sumeru udah ada
is the difference between the rains that fall
setahun,
upon
2 tahun
all of
kali ya.
us?
Selesai juga. Akhirnya kita official menamatkan main questnya Fontaine, anjay. Bagian 6. Masih ada bagian 6.
It seems from your expressions that you still have ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Masih ada bagian 6, anjir. Chapter 4 bagian 6. Treasure Street Sumeru, tapi di Sumeru.
So this is a day in the life of the
After comeback pun masih keras lu ya. Masih keras lu after gua baru comeback. Anjir, cuma ada 1, coy. Cuma bisa ngeredeem 1.
I'm learning more about
History. Dua enam tambah 10 36. Baru 36. Gua aja nggak tahu gua red off atau red on. Itulah pokoknya gitu aja. Thank you yang sudah menonton. Akhirnya kita berhasil menamatkan Fontaine. Harusnya itu gue nggak tahu ya masih ada hubungannya sama Fontaine atau enggak tuh part 6 tadi, chapter 4 part 6. Masih ada part 6 ternyata, anjir lah. Thank you Bear yang udah nonton dari pertengahan sampai akhir. Lumayan juga, bener-bener 7 jam. 7 jam setengah anjing, 7 jam 20 menit, cok. Aduh, pegel banget badan gue. Ngantuk juga, iya ngantuk ya. Main dari malam sampai terang, sampai jam 9 pagi. Oke, kalau ada waktu lagi kita langsung gas Natlan udah. Walaupun pasti panjang banget. Oke, thank you buat Beru, thank you buat Raffi, thank you buat siapa tadi, ada Bang David. Oke, thank you. Yes, sampai jumpa di streaming selanjutnya. Ciao. Ngantuk, tidur dulu coy.